Okay, it's been a struggle to get the game to boot and use the right video settings, but I think it's working now. We're back with more Final Fantasy 13. I really started this game trying to come at it with a fresh perspective and not be prejudiced against it. I tried to discard all of the criticism I've heard about it being a hallway simulator and all that, but especially I think last session really like poisoned the well for me on this game. I really did not like that boss fight. Not because I dislike the idea of a puzzle boss fight or a boss fight with those conditions in general, but it just frustrated me how much felt like it came out of nowhere and that nothing like that has occurred up to that point. So I think the game might be able to recover its reputation. Like if the battle system ends up being anything like Get in the Car Loser, that's quite a bit more interesting. But I'm still kind of in a state of despising the crafting system and not really getting where they're going with the battle system, unless if I have 3 people in the party. Oh, it's leaving Game Pass. Yikes. I was going to try to buy... There's a new weapon here that, yeah, that has this ATB charge effect. And I know we talked about this last week, that, like... The difference between this and my upgraded Blazefire Saber probably isn't super worth it, but... Yeah, I sacrifice any upgrade materials I've already bought in upgrading my current Saber if I wanted to switch to the new Axis weapon, right? It's like the Titanite system in Dark Souls on steroids. It's like everything bad about that, but much worse.
Once we take off, there's no turning back. You sure you're ready? This baby back here is a SciComm vessel. It'll deliver you to the Palamecia.
Oh, we're cargo now?
Let me know how the audio balances. It's always good to tell with this game.
Take those SciComm guys apart.
And we're supposed to take on all of them? I think the whole division's on board.
I don't care how many lackeys they've got. Bring them on. Vanille's in there.
I'm sure she's fine. Vanille's tougher than I could ever be.
Hope, are you scared?
Yeah, I'm terrified. But I'll be okay. Because I have you, and this guy, and Fang. We're all in this mess. We gotta stick together.
Right. Enough with the bonding. It's go time.
It's the theme of Final Fantasy 13 in a single line of dialogue. I feel like I need to finish this game in case it becomes brilliant in the last 20% or something.
We didn't expect to see you here in person, Your Eminence.
This crisis threatens the entirety of Cocoon, my child. You agree that standing at the fore is a leader's charge?
Wholeheartedly.
It also affords a splendid view of the impending execution.
What's the holdup?
Right.
Stand by. Verifying identification code.
You let me land this bird or I'll crash her into your ass.
Code verified. You're free to dock.
About damn time.
All clear. Welcome aboard.
Is the final version of the weapon that everything upgrades into not inherit all of the special effects of the prior forms of the weapon?
Code red, repeat. Code red. Attention all crew, this is not a drill. Code red.
All right. Let's tear him up.
We're here for Vanille and Saz. Stay focused.
I only get 3 characters, right?
Change of plan.
One has a single ultimate weapon with an emergency after reaching the star level the second time. Okay. It's so weird. There's a lot of things about the basic structure of this game that are just like hopelessly weird to me. Maybe it's all like an iteration sickness thing and that weapons all work wildly differently earlier in development.
Looks like they want to play.
No kidding. So where to?
Right up there.
The weapon crafting or upgrading system seriously feels like it's like someone was trying to win a competition to make the worst upgrade system in any game. I might try to get some upgrades here, so I think I'm allowed to buy some of the, yeah, these things. So I need a Perovskite to upgrade the Blazefire Saber into a Flamberge. I have 2 Millerites. This is basically all of my money. Oh right, but I already learned that if I upgrade it, the new version of the weapon sucks until I spend a certain amount of materials on it, right? I think it might be the worst in a video game. I'm hard-pressed to think of one that's worse than this. In every conceivable dimension, too.
Let's get this over with.
I should try to level people up after this. Like, some systems are only bad if you're, like, trying to play it and optimize it. Here, I can't imagine the, like, normal player not paying too much attention is having a great time with it either.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to be paying really close attention for there to ever be a situation where the chain bonus percentage means something different than a full stagger meter. I think someone mentioned that it happens one more time in the game. At least we have 3-person parties now, that's nice. I wonder why they even had me run into that room. I guess so I could shop first. Okay. I'm now able to for the first time, I have more than 3 characters and can choose who is in my main party. Am I still not allowed to choose who the leader is? Okay, right. It's funny that the commando gets an ability called Ravage. Okay. Still be excited for Final Fantasy 16. I trust Yoshi P to do a good job with it. I hope it's not a visual novel, but I guess it'll be better if it's single player. I also think Final Fantasy 14 is a visual novel for, like, due to technical constraints of the MMO format, and not because that's the best way to present that story.
Something bad's waiting for us.
Thank you, Lightning. Yeah, it'll at least be 1 instead of 6. True.
Won't be going back that way.
We'll find another route.
Way ahead of you. See that?
Let's go.
Don't go getting blown away now.
I played a couple visual novels I liked. I think you could very reasonably call Disco Elysium a visual novel, but
Back me up.
sure. This game is like the opposite of a visual novel, though, so definitely possible to hew too strongly in the opposite direction. Oh yeah, that's definitely a problem. It's a problem that's gotten worse with time. They've had the level syncing system from the beginning, which was nice, but I weep whenever, and this isn't just true of Final Fantasy 14, but in any online service game when content becomes accidentally and mechanically deprecated, right? Where the obvious one is like Copper Bell Mines in Final Fantasy 14, that nobody's had to actually do the mechanic in that dungeon ever. They've had to. You have to do it on the little slime thing, but the actual final boss, where there's supposed to be like these extra giants that are trying to pound through the wall, everyone just does a DPS race and ignores it. It makes me so sad when that happens in any video game ever. That a mechanic used to matter and now it doesn't due to changes to the math. No, if it's good, I'll play it, Chaos. I don't hate visual novels. I just get really frustrated with visual novels that are just way too long, wordy, and imprecise. I posted a thing about this in Discord recently, that games like Disco Elysium, like every single word of dialogue is dripping with meaning. Hades is basically a gigantic visual novel roguelike, right? Tons and tons of text in that game, but every interaction is like perfectly paced. And I was hungry for every last line of text in it. Well, I'd rather they modify it so that there's nothing there than there be like the shadow of something that maybe had once been there long, long ago. I could believe that, yeah. I had some experience trying to get people to play it in early Heavensward, late Heavensward, early Stormblood, and late Stormblood, and then I kind of gave up on trying to be a ambassador for it. That's cool, I'll try it, Chaos. If you think the pacing is good, that's all that drives me nuts.
Not quite a ladder, but it'll do.
Oh, okay. Cute.
Back me up.
Peak bad visual novel pacing for me is like Phoenix Wright or Final Fantasy XIV. A Realm Reborn, it gets worse over time, or it gets better over time, but it feels totally artificial in 14 because it's like, okay, we got to get you to level 18 so that you can get your level 18 helmet, and then your level 18 necklace, and then your level 18 bracer or whatever, so we got to fill time here, right? And then occasionally, out of nowhere, the level 18 ring quest is like really interesting and well paced, and then we're back to collecting cheese or whatever the fuck. That's high praise right there. I am happy to give it an honest try. I really like good storytelling in video games. I like games that are well paced. We were having that big conversation in Discord. Karathro weighed in that he finds it really frustrating to stream visual novels, and it's like stressful to stream. It's probably part of the dimension. I'm not a great like voice actor, so I'm not going to read all the text out loud. So the game has to kind of carry itself pretty well. The higher anime bullshit tolerance than I do. See, I have to think about it, but I don't think I've played a game where the anime bullshit was a deal breaker. It was usually that piled on a bunch of other things that are annoying, you know? Maybe that's not true. Maybe we can come up with one. I don't completely hate, what's the name of the game? Wow, it's on the tip of my tongue. The murder mystery game.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Danganronpa, yeah. I don't completely hate that game. That game is like completely anime as fuck.
Just another battle.
I assume that they were... Yoshi P's great. He's a really good project manager. A lot of the stuff that they add to the game, I kind of in my brain go, okay, they're adding that so they can eventually get rid of cross-class skills. Or they're adding that so they can eventually deploy trusts to the whole game, and sure enough. So I assume New Game Plus was being added so that they could add a new onboarding point to a future expansion.
Watch where you're going.
That's wise. Persona 5 seems okay with its pacing. I still have other kind of fundamental structural complaints about the way Persona is laid out to a blind player, or even a player that's familiar with other Persona games. But those aside, like, the conversations have been okay for the most part. It's like they drag for insanely long. I guess when we say anime bullshit, we're not talking about anime characters, though. We're talking specifically about tropey, lazy anime crap and, like, misogynistic stuff, right? It's a spectrum. It's a gradient for me. I don't think it's anime, so I hate it. I certainly hate Persona 5 less than Persona 4, which I hated less than Persona 3. And I think I hate Danganronpa less than Phoenix Wright, I guess, but... Phoenix Wright is often good. There are things that happen in the Phoenix Wright games that I enjoy, but it happens. It's like one moment, one scene for every 10 scenes or something.
Makes you dizzy, doesn't it?
I suppose that's true. I've only played a few hours of it. Yeah, Aviary Attorney is perfect. It's exactly what I would rather have from a Phoenix Wright game. my tolerance for like anime bullshit is also pretty dependent on the context, right? Because like you could argue that Misa in Death Note is anime bullshit, that she's pandering to the audience, pandering to a shonen audience. But she also plays a really important role in the story, in that she's like, they're realizing that Light and L are too perfect at this, so something needs to throw a monkey wrench into Light's plans. So like her being an annoying ditz is like critical to things happening in the story, otherwise everything just stops and we're at a stalemate. So it's still annoying. It's like, couldn't we have written her a little bit better to not be like this? But given that we've decided to make her this way, is it actually interesting? Does it change things? I think the answer is yes. Going from basically being able to stay on a single paradigm to suddenly having to pay attention. Still don't have a life spell for anybody, do I? Phoenix Downs are somewhat affordable-ish. Misogynistic gets the core of it. Okay. Thanks. That stuff I don't have a lot of patience for. Sure, right.
Thank you.
I think it kind of comes down to the same argument I'll make about, you know, diversity. That we should be making games and movies and TV shows more diverse because it's the right thing to do, but also it just makes stories more interesting. Like, shouldn't we be bored of seeing the same character trope 7 billion bajillion times? Like, for God's sake. Yeah. We should want to improve that stuff for like creative reasons too, because I think it makes our media better. Often part of it is it's a gaze problem too, right? Like, it's one thing to have something be part of your subject matter for your story, and another thing for the gaze to linger in a certain way, or for events to be framed in a certain way, like the hot springs scene where it plays goofy music and, oh, isn't this so harmless, right? Oh wow, she's being sexually harassed. That character is such a scamp. Great. 1 star. Man, like, let me just pause to reflect. This is a cool little area. I'm like in an airship or something, and I'm jumping on other airships instead of ladders, but I don't know, I think is that a chest I left behind?
What?
I don't think I figured out why this game's level design makes me feel nothing. I don't think I could tell you anywhere we've been in this game so far. I'm really trying to remember. I guess the town hallway earlier in Palamporam. where it, like, forced us to look for the chocobo for a second. A very expensive tube. I still condemn the it's a hallway criticism. I think it's fine for things to be a hallway. I think linearity is good, actually, but I think this game is structurally a hallway. Like,
Enough is enough.
so it was a fake out.
Why can't I do it?
Simultaneously visually striking and meaningless, yeah.
I got no reason to keep living. I can't even kill you.
Freeze! Take him!
I think Saz is the most interesting character in the game right now.
You should be proud.
He's like the only character that I kind of see where he's coming from, guess how he's feeling about stuff. I want him to
Your son's a hero.
change his mind about
The
things.
boy who saved Cocoon. We'll erect a memorial in Eden and put his crystal on display.
A memorial?
He doesn't have a great first impression. His first impression is
He would have lived in shame.
comedy relief character, but
Isn't it better he be treated with reverence?
I actually kind of appreciate that they turned that on its head.
The next time your eyes open will be the last.
I don't feel that they've done anything with Snow, Lightning, Hope, Vanille,
I'm pathetic.
because we just met
That's my line.
Fang.
I'm the one who lied to everyone.
Forget it. You can't change what's done.
But if I just told the truth...
I don't know why we did the gun fake out thing, though. I don't think I like it. Well,
You woke up from being a crystal once. So that means Dodge will wake up one day
they
too,
didn't just
right?
do the gun fake out. Didn't they show us him in like a coffin or something? Or was it a dream that I had?
What was it like? I mean, how did it happen? You were done with your focus, right?
I was chosen.
Baby Chocobo's the
I
best
was
character.
made into a Lassie to fight against Cocoon. It happened back on Grand Pulse, hundreds of years ago. We finished our focus, and we fell into a long
Yeah, something about Hope's, the way he's been written and the way his scenes had played out, I don't buy it. I buy it with Saz. Yeah, okay. I think that was a little bit too much. If you want to do the thing where he shoots and we cut away and you're like, oh no, what happened? I can't wait to find out what actually happened. And you come back as like, oh, he didn't even have the will to do that to himself. Yeah, I agree. They're at least trying to do something. Agreed. Actual Sailor Moon transformation. See, I kind of like the idea of, like, she's been a crystal for a really long time.
Bang!
I think that's kind of rad, actually.
We woke up on Cocoon to the start of a new focus. Fang, she'd forgotten everything. And for me, just the thought of hurting people again. It was too much. So I lied.
See, I feel like stuff like this has to be...
Said I'd lost my memory. I wanted to escape my fate as a lessee.
I feel like... Can I pause it here? Yeah. Like, I could... Every time we do a scene like this, I'm like, I could see this working if it was just a little bit different and presented in a different order, right? Like, there's no reason for me to suspect, outside of the game telling us a couple times now at this point, that Vanille was like she had turned into a crystal and then she woke up from the crystal, right? Like, you could do like a fish out of water thing where she's in a completely different place than what she remembers, but she's just kind of like goofy anime girl when you meet her. And then like, oh, also she's this. It's like, well, you like could have made me think that, right? Like, I don't have to know that Thor is from Asgard in Thor 1 to know that he doesn't belong here. Something's wrong.
Since then, I've been running away from it.
Yeah, right. Pick a lane. It makes me wonder if they had some of these character ideas like partway through the story, you know?
You trying to get him angry?
Yeah, I thought maybe they'd run. There's been enough blood spilled.
So it'd be kind of cool if you're like, oh, that's why she's like that.
Let me
Okay.
refresh your memory. Those soldiers think they're protecting Cocoon from Lassie. The Falsi have them all brainwashed.
I'm not saying my pitch would make things better. I'm just...
I've had it. We cannot let this
I'm
go
more
on.
trying to describe what feels off as opposed to saying what would make it perfect.
Code green, repeat. Code green. Security forces stand by. Hostile forces on board. Code green.
I have to be really careful with which classes I'm investing in. I think I had a way harder time with that annoying puzzle boss fight because I just hadn't leveled a specific class on Saz yet. I'll keep finishing. DPS seems to be fine right now, but... Use by pressing A every few seconds. I have a lot of issues with the Crystarium. The over-designed UI for it's pretty bad. But I think that like leveling the different roles independently like that is also kind of bad for the game. The game is supposed to be about lack of commitment to any of the different roles that you can play as, right? Like you're supposed to be paradigm shifting, ideally in every encounter, to as many different sets of jobs as possible. It's not like Final Fantasy V where, oh man, I've built this character as a white mage, so I should make sure I keep giving them jobs that give them more MP. So I think having me go, you know what, I really want Fang to be a commando is actually kind of bad for what the game is going for. Because what if I get into another party setup in the future where Lightning is my only possible commando? Yeah, you end up just leveling everything until you hit the shallow cap, and then you level everything some more. I think that's where the over-designed UI gets frustrating, because it's like, I rarely actually get choices here. Or at least the choices you're giving me aren't terribly interesting ones. You go left or right, but I'm going to hit both of them really soon anyway. It's not like the sphere grid in Final Fantasy X where you can take a fork that puts you on a totally different part of the grid. So it doesn't feel functionally that much different than the characters just getting better with XP without you having to invest in anything into a Crystarium. I think that getting the car loser game ditched the XP component of the game. It kept the weird upgrade system. It tried to streamline it a bit, but there's like you can't polish a turd, I guess. The upgrade system is kind of fundamentally bad. Mistake. One thing 14 did really well is identify what not to copy from World of Warcraft. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Change of plan. Come on, then.
I think this might be my new least favorite advancement system. Which is interesting because I think it's probably more sensical, complete than like Final Fantasy VIII or Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy VIII is like broken, and that's the problem with it, is that it's stupid and broken, and it creates some really bizarre optimal play paths and perverse incentives. But at least it feels like a thing that you can piece together. You can look at it and go, ah, okay, so I should sit in this battle and draw 100 of this spell, right? And then I'm going to hit for 99.99 and the game's going to be super easy. That sucks that you can find that solution and it kind of makes the game not interesting anymore, but at least there's something interesting in the system that a player can discover. Whereas with this, there's nothing really to discover. It's really just busy work. And busy work that still contains potentially really bad trivial misplays, like not picking up haste for Saj in time for that fight. Yeah, the upgrade system, I can't really find the words to adequately describe how much I hate it. It's so bad. The closest I've come to saying that it feels like there was a competition to make it as bad as humanly possible. I don't know how else you make it like that, if not on purpose.
Thanks.
Some of my characters have the ability to dispel or something. Is it?
New strategy.
I'm supposed to be learning from these enemies that have a bunch of buffs on them. Maybe they do, but I haven't learned it yet. I think the Saboteur class only has slow right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, which means every turn spent after the slow goes off is wasted. I think the Crystarium offends me more than the XP system in Final Fantasy II or the draw system in Final Fantasy VIII because it feels so uninspired, right? Like, at least it felt like the draw system and the system in 2 were taking a risk and failed. I was like, oh, you tried something and it didn't work. You know, it feels like Zelda 2 or something. But I don't even really know what they were going for with this, other than to like create the illusion of having a sphere grid. But XP is randomized within a range. I think the fact that there's even like this XP bonus and you have to use a certain amount of items and that the items are all degenerate because they all just give XP, it has to. There's no way I can believe that it's always worked that way from the very beginning. You know. I feel like they had to have changed it at some point to make it work the way that it works now. Just trying to see if she has. She does have Dispel. Okay. So I'd be having a much easier time with these battles if I had already been investing in this instead of in Commando. That's so fucking weird. It's so strange. Like, I don't hate the idea of, oh, there's enemies in here that if you have Dispel on Fang, the fight is reasonable and you can get a high score for beating it, but like, I have to know what Dispel is as a Final Fantasy spell and suspect that it's on somebody's board and suspect that it's on the Saboteur's board, or have grinded enough before this point that I just already have it unlocked. Just looking for items. Did I just get turned all the way around? That's okay, I'll fight these guys. Save. Somehow got turned around in the hallway. Yeah, this game is like a really pretty fondant cake. And you go to eat it and you find out that it's made out of fondant and you gag.
Thank you.
I have a feeling there are probably parts of it where it like briefly becomes a video game. Dare I look at the upgrade menu? It's so weird to all your gil is from these like drops. I don't even really know. Okay. Well, I got a good amount of gil from that, so. Can I make my weapon at least as good as it was? I guess I'll save and then try it and then reload if it doesn't. So I could have had a perovskite by now just through pure random chance. I guess I also happened to choose the weapon that requires one of the more expensive materials. Although that makes it instantly worse. It's incredible. There's an enemy in Chapter 7 that could drop them occasionally. Yeah. Alright, so I know for this thing I need 34 superconductors, and I can't buy superconductors yet. Or 3 ultra reactors, which I also can't buy yet. So I could just try to buy something else and see how close it gets me. That's as much as I can do. God, this just feels so bad though, because I'm like I'm actively wasting money whenever I don't fully upgrade something in one go. And money's actually kind of hard to come by in this game. I don't think I've really been skipping encounters, have I? The game doesn't really give you the opportunity to run away or avoid encounters very much. I haven't been grinding, but... Like, I tried to run around some dudes to get through this doorway to see if there was a chest back here, but I got turned around. I don't know if it's just because I'm, like, behind. I feel like this game has a Devil May Cry snowballing problem where you start to fall way behind if your star rating gets really low. Which is going to continue to give you low star ratings, which will cause you to fall further behind.
Thank you.
Target's a target. Just another battle.
Just another battle. I already fought these guys, but if I'm behind on curve, I guess I'll fight some more. They're annoying until I get to spell. I'm also way behind on weapon levels because I'm trying to do all the level ups at once. Trying to get the stagger off here if possible. They can't do anything while they're being juggled, right? Do you have minimal control over juggle? What? Okay. Oh, I didn't get turned around. Okay. So there being a dead end with another save point out there. Whatever. More of those incentive chips, please.
Change of plan. Target's a target. Steady now. Thank you.
Have I ever seen another game do a better job of like feigning depth? I feel like that's part of what's so shocking about this, is that it looks good and like it looks really polished. It looks like there's a lot going on here, but the reality is I'm just mashing the A button, and if I see one of those bars get kind of low, I'm switching to medic, and that seems fine. But occasionally I'll get a random battle where suddenly the actual paradigm mechanic matters. You know, Xenoblade Chronicles X. Yeah, right. Game is a tragedy.
Keep the enemy off balance. Eat this.
That wasn't so bad.
Hey, 2 credit chips. Feigning depth. What are you doing all the way down there?
Let's get this over with.
Lightning's dead.
No.
Yeah, right?
Let's get this over with. New strategy.
I feel like the paradigm shift animation, while brief, shouldn't be there. For what the game is trying to, the kind of playstyle the game wants to encourage. Also, sometimes it's faster, sometimes it only shows me one person swapping, and sometimes it shows all 3 of them.
Thanks. Thank you. New strategy.
Yeah, I feel like I'd like it better if every time you shifted it just... You could still see the ATB bar throughout, right? Just immediately swap whatever the deals were. wonder if I would like Final Fantasy, or if I would like Xenoblade Chronicles X more or less if it had an auto battle button. Honestly, don't know. Okay, I think I have to go right here. Fire the ATB early to keep them juggled. Okay. You get all this like free stagger on folks in a preemptive strike, but it's like basically wasted on most of the targets since you can't really force an AoE attack, can you? Like, I'd like to force my commando to use an AoE attack to maintain the stagger I initially inflicted, but if I'm not controlling the commando, is that actually impossible? Like, that feels like the kind of thing I'd want to do. I'd go, oh, they all have their stagger up for like 70 seconds. Not 70 seconds. 7/10 of a second. I'll take that opportunity to quickly proc Blitz. Can't control the positioning to make it hit all of them. Again, I don't think this game's idea is rotten to the core. I like the idea of you're making strategy decisions and the little soldier people are doing things on their own. I don't think the enemies moving around on their own and the AoEs having a positional aspect that you can't control adds anything, though. I think that's all downside.
We can win if we stay focused.
It works great in Chrono Trigger. Because of the way Chrono Trigger works, you can try to like time when you go into the menu to right when the enemies are near each other. And you have so many different options for like ability shape. You might have one that's a line or one that's a little circle. So you might use a different one based on the way the enemies are laid out. It's a neat way to make combat a little bit less degenerate. I don't think it applied to your party members at all, though, right? It was just enemies. Whereas technically in this game, like, AoE buffs are based on proximity. Hit a random number of targets, minimum one. Right. This game probably has the highest density of comments by me that prompt someone to begin their sentence with "I mean." Probably don't care about that. I still haven't upgraded any accessories. I think that spreadsheet also shows how to do that. It's not just weapons, right? It is. Accessories don't converge towards an ultimate accessory, so the one that I pick actually does matter if I want its effect. Enemy AoEs are, and there's nothing you can do about that, but I don't think you can ever, like, only heal people that are close to your character or only buff people that are close to your character. Oh, cool.
And so it ends.
It's cool. I tend to read, I mean, ... What you just said is really fucking stupid, comma. This comment that I'm trying to make, that's... hard enough to peg a lot of the things that specifically are a problem with FF13. This and done as well are better in another game rather than just being some combination of things that basically makes the vibes are off. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in this game that kind of has a vibes are off aspect to it. I know that's not what you mean, Ravenana. I usually read it as people being polite about me being clearly wrong about something. I mean... no.
Come on, then. Thanks. New strategy.
I sometimes I hear that. That's true. Happens sometimes. I'm okay at articulating what feels wrong and like imagining like how could this be different for me to not be annoyed by it. But there's a lot of stuff in Final Fantasy 13. Like I was saying, the level design, the areas are interesting, but they're visually striking but completely hollow. And I can't really tell you why. I can't put my finger on it. I can't say, oh, this exact same area in Final Fantasy X or whatever looks very similar and feels like it's a location. Most of Final Fantasy XII felt pretty hollow too, unfortunately, on my recent stream playthrough, more so than I had remembered it. I basically only remembered one area from that game. It was the giant desert with all of the like big shell towers everywhere. And on playing it again recently, that was also the only area that I really remember. I was really surprised how little I liked 12. I went into that with generally fond memories. I think we determined that a lot of that was just due to not 100%ing it and doing all the hunts, but it's also surprising how little the hunts are reinforced in the core loop. About as far from a hallway as you can get, and has a similar difficulty in making an impression. Yeah. Very long, it's all gameplay. Great. Crossing 3 MMO zones, yeah, where you're trying to go, right? Yeah, it could entirely be a story problem. It could be the lack of putting it on the horizon. Again, Thunder Plains, Final Fantasy X. They do so many efficient things with the Thunder Plains. You get some characterization for Riku that gets reinforced while you're there whenever you get into a battle and you fight something that uses lightning on her. A little scene outside before you go out there. You get a little bit of a talk from, I think Macon talks about it a little bit in Guado Salam before you go out there. And gives more information at Rin's travel agency. Yes, it's an airship someone thought would be cool to make. And now we need to use it in the game. I think the Thunder Plains are a pretty average example from that game too. Like, I think most of the zones are pretty well established like that. I guess I don't really know what the deal is with the Macalania forest, but it was like pretty visually striking, right? Yeah, this is where we're going to. Six Gun was just in Discord, made a channel about Star Wars, about how, you know, the Joseph Campbell hero's journey stuff is overused in film and television, and leads to a lot of boring stories we've seen a million times, but some of those, like, formulas are important, I think. I think this game jumping around with flashbacks and stuff is entirely unmotivated, and that's the problem. It could be cool if that was the plan to present the story in the best possible way, but it really feels like, shit, we just gotta open up the FMV folder. Lightning's birthday party.mp4, go. Yeah, you know so much about Xanarkand. Yeah. It's like incredibly well established. Shockingly well established, even. Yeah, people memeing on the tweet about the graphics being the first thing that's finished, but it does feel that way with Final Fantasy 13. I could hear that. I think that's legitimate. All right, time to do some brute force to see if I have enough not superconductors to max this weapon here. Hold on. Or if I have to... This seems like... I feel like I should stay here and grind for a while, as awful as that is, because these enemies drop 2,500 gil credit chips that only turn into gil, that I don't have to worry about the, like, opportunity cost of picking them up. Probably not going to work, right? It's like the superconductor happens to be the most dense item. Let's see how close it gets us, at least. Yeah, when you don't know a destination, anything about a destination, they reinforce it. I would agree with that. So definitely not enough. This doesn't tell me what level the max level is. It just tells me how many superconductors I need to get it to max level. Someone should make a calculator for this. Completely unnecessary calculator. $60? Alright, there's the spell. She used both strength and magic to do damage. Does he get life anytime soon? Does he ever get life? Probably want him to get Asuna for the debuff they do. What the hell is renew? Can I Review what it does? Hold on. I'm not allowed to see what this does before I get to the node, do I? Oh wait, no, at the top. Revive allies from KO and restore their HP. Okay. Good. There's a bar with multiplier thresholds delineated on it, and selecting a pile of materials give you a preview how much the bar would fill up. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. That's what I was talking about during Shenmue, that, like, there's not a lot of things you can do to change Shenmue to make it more accessible to most people without, like, destroying the game essence of what Shenmue is, but that seems like a pretty straightforward quality of life visual thing. Like, the fact that that's all a mystery is just straight bad. It doesn't improve anyone's experience. No one wins. I get the sense that I'm kind of intended to, like, change targets when an enemy starts guarding, but it lasts so briefly that I feel like by the time Paradigm Shift's animation ends, it already doesn't matter. Yes, call it the Nova Bar.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Two regular credit chips. Alright, well, these ladies we want to immediately switch to Saboteur. I can't control the fact that she wants to slow them before she dispels them, huh? Wait, now she's trying to dispel. I assume they only cast those once at the start of combat. God, that barely feels worth it, though.
Keep the enemy off balance.
It feels like I would be doing much better just being on double Ravager Commando and filling the stagger bar. Maybe it's in a matter for like a boss fight later or something, but... It really feels half-baked to me that there are certain classes that, like, once they've done all the things they can do, once they're just useless now. Like, Synergist has applied Protect and Shell to everybody, so Hope is just standing around now when I'm in that paradigm set. So, like, if you have a paradigm set up where one character gets to do 6 actions and then they're done, and another character has to do 8 actions before they're done, you're just guaranteed to have one character wasting their turn for a couple turns. They could at least, like, smack the enemy, or maybe have them do something special when they're out of buffs or debuffs to cast. Or maybe that gets better later in the game when you've explored the Crystarium further and they have tons of abilities so that they're not stuck there doing nothing for so long.
Let's get this over with.
I'm trying to think of a version of this game that's basically the same concept, but is a little... Like, I wish that there was no auto battle button, because that's just a reason to mash the A button, and I don't need it. Just have them fight automatically. I would rather be changing each individual character's class all the time, right? Like, if I could, if my menu bar was on Lightning, Hope, and Fang there in the bottom right, and I would switch to Fang and put her on Saboteur until I see that all the debuffs have been removed and everyone's been slowed. Then I'd switch her job. I think you can still effectively do that by having enough overlapping paradigms, right? Where you can have, you know, Ravager, Ravager, Saboteur, and then switch to Ravager, Ravager, Commando as soon as you see things go off. But I feel like the current system really discourages you from having, like, a Saboteur and a Synergist. Unless if they happen to have the right, they, like, are in phase on the number of actions that need to be used. Yeah, I feel like a version where I'm changing all of their classes individually and constantly would actually be kind of fun. But like packaging them into a group of 3 classes, I don't know, it just feels like a clunkier way of doing that. I think maybe it's intended to decrease button presses, but the only reason I have so many goddamn button presses is because I have to mash the A button for auto battle to work. Yeah. Synergist is the one gambit from Final Fantasy 12, but as an entire class. Exactly. Hey, so does anyone know why this this guide here? Let me post it in Discord. This guide for the Flambear says I need to use 36 sturdy bones plus 22 sturdy bones. Is there like an additional multiplier above 3x for the higher level weapons or something? Trying to get Sloga down here. Skip to try to get this spell quickly.
On your toes.
Oh, so I use 36 sturdy bones, 34 superconductors, then I use 22 sturdy bones, 3 reactors. When do I first get access to reactors? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just looking at the table, I appreciate it. I don't think dispelling her is worth the time. I feel like that needs to be like a design objective, right? Like, if we're gonna go to the trouble of having an enemy who puts up a bunch of debuff or buffs on themselves, it should always be correct to have a Saboteur remove them, instead of just like winning through overwhelming damage with double Ravager plus Commando. Reactors are over at me. Can someone look up what chapter I'm going to get access to superconductors and reactors? I guess I can start leveling someone else's weapon here. I don't think Fang has an upgraded weapon. Thank you. Appreciate it. To the stagger here, or do we try to switch now? Okay. As long as I'm juggling him, I can't be harmed. I feel like such a weirdo for hating juggling. think I talked about this during, was it, it's either Bayonetta or Devil May Cry. I guess it's fine in like fighting games, but as soon as you have juggling in like an action game, it's like, okay, you don't care. What chapter am I on right now? Let's see when I save. Both of them are chapter 11. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Improved counter. Improved debilitation. Saboteur, right? Do I even have any counterattack abilities yet? Doesn't matter. Try to upgrade. I'm gonna go upgrade her spear, and then the game's immediately gonna boot her from the party. I'm in 9. Okay, thanks. I'm gonna have to reload here. Bang. Guess I should just start with this. You can use credit chips for this. It's interesting. Okay, so 36 is too many. Here we go. The number it shows for like the stat boost seems extremely significant, but also battles are going fine with it being level 1. I don't know. This game is a mystery. So too much, apparently. I think somebody should go to video game jail for this mechanic. There's no way they know this wasn't horrible in testing, right? All right, so 20 is not enough. 25 is too many. I guess I'll just do 23 and hope that cuts it. Probably could have been doing Hope's weapon at the same time, so I have to reload each time anyway, but... Shenmue's pocket full of onions, eat your heart out. It's gonna be 24. It's gonna be 24, isn't it? It could also be 25. I could have just guessed and then I wouldn't know. Yeah, that's true. I should just do 25 now, but... It's literally this unparalleled, I think. I've had to do some really stupid fucking bullshit in video games before, right? I guess this could be worse. Like, I guess like the loading screen could be longer or something, right? It could be like an unskippable cutscene. I could have to like do an underwater stealth escort level in order to be able to apply these upgrades, I guess, but... Yeah, yeah. Right. Agreed. I was planning to do the middle of the two and then have it go to, hopefully have it go to cap. Right, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, if it was actually 22 or 21, that's fine. I just happened to pick the worst split point. I think most of the things, as you can say, to praise Final Fantasy 13 are like ways that it could have been worse but wasn't. Like, oh, well, you know, at least when you game over, it like restarts you right there. It doesn't make you load your save, right? You know, even puts you in the menu so you can change your paradigms. You know, that could have been way worse. It's true. Okay. First try. Try to do the Hawkeye here too. Try to use the smarter time-saving method. Why does it hurt so much? Yeah, I think I should farm here. Like, this is the first time I've been able to get a decent amount of money just from like running around. Savings, I know I want to sell those. I know I want those sturdy bones. Wouldn't it be great if it was just always 25? Wouldn't that be lovely? I could just know now that it's 25 for this particular item. I think you're right. If I was like hovering over the weapon and I'm like adding sturdy bones and like as I'm increasing the count, you see a little multiplier thing go up, it would still be dumb, but it would be monumentally less dumb. Same thing here. Why are they different? Why are they different? Why are you like this? Final Fantasy 13, why are you doing this to me? Okay, so it says I need 13 superconductors to make a bladed lance. And I need 14 superconductors. What weapon am I starting from here again? Is it the same? My question is it the same proportion? It's a Hawkeye. Okay. I need 17 for the Hawkeye. So 17 divided by 13. Let's see. Times 25 is 32.6. So if I buy 33... I kind of want to get a 32 just to see if my theory's right. I'm anticipating I'm going to just barely not max it out here. Or I guess I could still max it if it floors it. I think it's 33. I think I can maybe use this until I get to chapter 11, which is very soon. I'm just trying to have my party have good weapons so that these fights get 5 stars, so that I get more XP, so that I can have the necessary abilities that the game expects me to have for future boss fights. Okay, yes, that's correct. I can do that. It already basically doesn't matter for the remaining characters I have, but through Supreme Jank, I can now calculate. I just have to remember the Bladed Lance for Fang. Let me write this down in my text file. Maybe. The Bladed Lance for Fang required 25 ring nuts. 13x required superconductors. Do the math. Okay, let's play the game again. And arguably that was playing the game. I just went from one character with a maxed weapon and 2 characters with level 1 weapons to 3 characters with maxed weapons. There's only 5 XP curves. And it looks like they all talk to each other in the same way, so if I know that it requires 25 for the Bladed Lance, I can know the right numbers for every other possible XP curve. Everyone has 7 weapons and 5 unique curves among them. Okay. That didn't feel significantly faster, but I still got a 4-star rating. I don't think I could have done that any faster because I was just on double Ravager plus Commando the whole time.
Thank you.
Nice. It does not feel at all worth dispelling them. Maybe there's like a Dispelga. got the Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood era ability curve problem, where like the Saboteur as a class makes sense once they have Sloga and Dispelga and all the Guz, and they have to give you like incremental upgrades up to that point that don't make sense until the kit is complete.
And I was just getting started.
Okay, I think that, thanks for the calculator, but I think that's already what the table says, because it only cares about the superconductor and reactor tier items, which I don't have access to yet.
I can't handle.
Oh, you said that in Discord. Are you really not intended to interact with the... Well, you're not intended, but is the correct way to play this game to not interact with the crafting system at all until you get access to those items? Here's your class-defining card mechanic that doesn't exist below level 30 and isn't for a while after that. Yeah. I guess individual dispel casts are the solution to the action economy problem I was talking about earlier, of like pulling in the Saboteur and then only having one thing to do before I need to swap back off of them. Oh, now they have 8 things to do. See, they're helping. It's like, yeah, but every time they spend a turn casting Dispel, that's a turn they're not spending as a Ravager or a Commando doing something that ends the battle faster. I feel like for this game to work, Protect and Shell, well, I guess first of all, it can't be optional for you to have Dispel at this point in the game. Once you get into this hallway, if you have a... Well, yeah, once you get in this hallway, your Saboteur just has to have it. And I feel like Protect has to be, like, total damage. You have to remove it. Or they have to have a version of Protect where you have to remove it. This game is, like, eminently limpable. It is very easy to play it badly and not really realize that you're playing it badly. And do fine.
On your toes.
Great. I feel like it's a much worse opportunity cost for Fang switching from Commando, because like we're not getting the stagger that causes the combat to end if we don't have at least one Commando. We could drop a Ravager, it's not as big of a deal.
New strategy.
Oh, really? It's also able to... So... Wait, but it can only stabilize the stagger gauge for an enemy it's actively targeting, right? If it's spending the next 8 turns removing debuffs from the other 2 enemies, it's not touching the stagger bar of the main target, right? And the AI doesn't know to try to keep stagger up before doing dumb shit like making sure everybody is slowed, right?
Keep a cool head.
We have Blizzard 4, but not Fire Core. I still haven't thought about this closely enough, but I feel like the stagger meter degenerates to something that, like, maybe presenting the exact same system, but calling it something else and ordering the bars in a different way would feel better, even though the math underlying the system would be the same. I gotta think about that more, though. I don't actually know. Well, Ravager's done. One character's maxed on one class. No, there shouldn't be. Kurska. It's such a weird thing for Curse to do, but okay. Actually, I wonder if any of these items are already... Do I already have the items necessary? Perovskite for the Bladed Lance, fuck. Hawkeye is also Perovskite, and I didn't know how to pick them. Probably should have looked at that before I picked one. Am I just hosed that costs more to get to the next tier, or is, like, the weapon net stronger because it has a more expensive upgrade item?
Get up! You're being moved. On your feet, scum! You too!
I'm sorry, that's really weird.
Alright, time to split.
You've been getting the little chest that you have to click, that everyone should just be running a script auto-click for them.
Let's go.
Do I deserve to escape?
What? You'd rather die?
What?
Cause that's gotta scare you. Scares me. Scares me so much. I think I might die of fright. So, I push myself to live even harder. I can just imagine Dodge laughing at me talking this nonsense. Right now, I'd do anything to see that smile. Stay positive, right?
Hey, it's a Gubu. Or no, it's not. Alright, time to do this again, but I think I can do it now without having to guess, maybe. I think Saj is maxed, but she's not. Pearl Wing Staff. Okay, so Pearl Wing Staff is 17x, which I think is the same math that I just did, right? Yeah, 17 divided by 13, so I think I need 33 ring whatevers, ring joints. So I can't sell the Saul items. That's a bad idea. I've already invested in other weapons, so I may as well sell the other ones. Yeah, I gotta do the accessory upgrades, but that feels bad to do too, because, like, I might want to wait to spend upgraded materials on it until I know it's a accessory passive effect that I really, really want. It's better. So they're all in the same... curve relationships, and it does round up, sadly. Back to 2 characters. Oh yeah. Oh. This would be like, you know, kill the thing that's healing it, but no, stagger makes it not matter. Lanitor is pretty funny.
To the victor go the spoils.
Damn, so they were getting... CP while out of the party. I don't know if it's just the mix on the PC version, but I feel like I can almost never hear the music in this game. Does getting the roll level up actually do anything? Peril. See.
What's that?
Maybe part of the reason I can never feel connected to the music in this game is that everything's moving so fast and you're moving in and out of battles and stuff so often. Like it doesn't get a second to breathe, really. I like that it plays through battles. Like, I've always enjoyed when battle music works that way.
See your daddy now.
Put all those points into the classes I'm not using because these things just die.
Why do they always have to make these things more complicated than they need to be?
Switches to pull.
Like this thing's gonna keep us out.
Yay, haste.
Vanille! Follow the old man's lead. Thanks, Vanille. Did you see that coming?
I feel like I should always try to start with haste. Doesn't make the one at the top the active one.
Code purple. I repeat, code purple. Security breach. All units on alert. Code purple.
The little
Looks like we ain't
PSP
the only ones
monitors.
cleaning house. Could be Lucy.
Could be Fang. Come on, let's hurry.
Let's go get rescued.
No, not this time. For once in my life, I am going to save her.
What?
All right, now you're talking. Let's go.
There's supposed to be a reason to stack multiple of the same, I guess.
All units on alert. Code purple.
All these colors. What's it mean?
Means we're doing our job. Making a lot of SciComm guys nervous.
Who are they fighting?
What does it mean? Eh.
Let's hurry it up. Neil's waiting.
I'd really like to get that res ability, please. I see. Wow. I kind of remember this track a little bit. Probably should have farmed more for money in that previous hallway. I don't know if I'm gonna get another chance to get cash like that. At least I got everyone's tier 1 weapon up though, I think. This one's in theater rhythm. I might still have these guys.
This'll be interesting.
This game ever lets me pick between the entire party. I think I'm just always going to have Saz for haste.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Thanks.
Photon burst is charging for long enough, but I assume it's a problem. Oh, it already went. Yeah, I just wish that was the base game. I guess that like the monster arena in Final Fantasy X encourages you to use a bunch of weird ass abilities and spells that don't matter in the main game, but I think the gap between the complexity of the main game, like the most difficult stuff in the main game, and the most like the simplest stuff in the arena, is a much smaller gap than the gap between 90% of Final Fantasy XIII and what sounds like the post game. Where it's like suddenly all of these systems are justified. Like I like the idea of having to switch to triple commando to survive an attack, but I don't even have... It's only just now that I have 3 characters consistently. Resist fog. What does fog do in this? Magic debuff? Chapter 11, where it feels like everything is relevant and stays consistent.
You're nothing.
Thanks.
You're nothing.
Is it only magic that it just shuts down, or any kind of abilities? Did I read it right, too, that the accessory doesn't even give you immunity to it? It's like 30% chance to ignore it, so that you have to upgrade it to get immunity? Oh, it doesn't block spellcasting for saboteurs or synergists? Medics? Or saboteur spells, not magic? Like slow. Greater than 50% of the classes in the game are shut down entirely by one status effect. Gotcha. And it's not like they still have any like abilities they can proc, right? Like, oh, you can still whack them in the head with a rod or something, or cast focus or something. Guess that was 5 stars. Whatever you say, game. Oh, so close. I can get dribbled too, that's fine.
New strategy.
Oh, good.
Here.
I don't know if she still had meta guard up while I was switching there, or if it drops the instant I select the new paradigm.
Thanks.
Should be able to get renew now. I feel like I'm really far from maxing all jobs and everybody. It's whatever.
You know what to do.
Try to kill the bugs first, because they're very annoying. so weird that like going from level 1 weapons to a starred weapon, I honestly can't tell the difference. It's maybe like a 5% improvement on things versus these Psycom infiltrators. More incentive chips, good. I think it's interesting to think about this game just in terms of like other JRPGs like Wild Arms 3, right? Where mechanically there's a lot going on. And a lot of the battles kind of ask for very unique action combinations from you to be winnable. And they do this really cool thing that I like, where you'll get into the boss fight and they'll be like, hey, this is how this boss's thing works. Okay. He's immune to damage for an entire round if he gets to go first. Like, oh, okay, well then I need to cast something that, like, buffs my action speed so I can go first and kill him before he activates that. Got it, cool.
Thanks.
I guess maybe it could be more elegant in the way it does that by, like, you know, having the fight start with them activating that ability and you kind of figuring it out in context. I've seen a couple RPGs do that. Sometimes just telling the player can be pretty effective, though. Attack while its tail's up. Don't cast lightning on it. There's been exactly one interesting fight in Final Fantasy XIII so far. And it was the fight that I hated the most because it was a sudden spike of interestingness without any warning. It was the Sage Gestalt fight. I wonder if we can think of other mechanics in other video games or JRPGs that have some name like chain bonus percent that ultimately the player doesn't really care about. Like, it's building technically, I guess. It's so weird to have this like percentage number up there and I don't care. All I care about is that orange bar. Outside of that one boss fight where the difference mattered once. Like, right now, the fact that the chain bonus says 532%, does that mean anything? Are there, like, abilities that do more damage that scale with chain percent or something? Maybe it matters later.
Let's keep this up.
I'm used to chain in RPGs meaning, like, you know, number of hits that you... consecutive swings you've done with attacks or something. Here it just kind of seems to be a made-up number. Okay, so even during stagger, hits are hitting harder and harder throughout stagger?
Let's get this over with. I'll
try to look at the damage numbers to see if I see. I believe you that that's true, but I'm kind of shocked that it's possible to play this game for as long as I have and not just picked up that that's the case. Like, I can tell that once the enemy gets staggered, it goes from taking no damage to suddenly actually taking damage, but... Shit tier damage. 625. So, okay, maybe this is the problem. Does stagger as a status effect mean nothing other than the decay of the bar has been normalized? Is that all it does, basically?
Thanks. Time for another approach.
The bar now no longer cares about commandos slowing it. It's just going to decay at a static, slow rate until stagger ends, but it doesn't itself afford you any kind of additional damage bonus. No, the number jumps to it by 100% when you trigger it, I guess. It's so fucking weird. Like, that's just, it's just nonsense. Like, I believe you that I went from doing 460% damage with every hit to 490%, but like, why, though? Certain Ravager attacks are set to increase it by more? So are commandos completely useless once something is in stagger state? Vulnerability to launch. I don't know if there's different ways to convey this information where my brain would get it easier. Like, they already do a thing where there's a difference between like golden damage numbers and gray damage numbers, but I feel like even more colors of damage numbers to show like making the numbers really big or something. There's so much bullshit to be staring at that. Commandos are peak DPS.
We've lost the intruders. That means we're code yellow.
Is it just that their base damage is higher, so it's more affected by the large percentage, but the Ravagers are still building the percentage a lot during stagger?
They're entering the engine room.
No. Damn the sea.
Intruders located. They're on the weather deck.
I can't take her tiny tie seriously. It's so tiny, it's like, why even bother?
Desperate times demand flexibility. Code white.
Jesus Christ. I mean, hey, at least they set up the code red into code purple thing. Once again, when I praise the game, I was like, oh, it could have been worse. They could have just not set that up. Can't.
How was that?
Is 999% chain the highest? Yeah. Execute Order 66. I was really cracking up about that. I think I talked about this on stream recently. People were like, why was it Order 66? What were the other 65 orders? Like, guys, it's 66 because George Lucas thinks 666 would be too on the nose. And 6 isn't specific enough. So Ravagers are pointless at max chain.
Grenade!
Oh, okay. No, I just cast haste before that. That's good. Maybe part of the problem is that, like, I feel like there's zero class identity to the difference between Ravagers and Commandos. Like, they still, like, if you're Saj, right, and you're a Ravager, you're kind of whacking the enemy, shooting them. If you're a Commando, you're kind of whacking the enemy, shooting them. So I guess the identity is, like, captured in the damage number that pops up. And what happens to the stagger bar when their attacks happen. But because attacks are all happening automatically due to auto battle with you and your party members, it's not really something that you can feel. Oh, Saz went from Ravager to Commando. Sure. Yeah, it's weird that I feel like that's not communicated in the UI in any way. Or rather, it's exclusively communicated in damage numbers and the chain percent. Like, his attacks don't feel weightier or something when he's a Commando, you know? There's not like screen shake or something that's letting me see that he's hitting way harder now. He just kind of looks like exactly what he was doing a second ago.
Here.
Let's see.
Here.
Probably in the codex somewhere. Yeah, a lot of mental math to figure out do less damage but raise the multiplier per future damage. I feel like they're not called, I think one of them's called Ravager, but I don't think the Commando's called Commando in Getting the Car Loser, but I think that this basic concept felt way more clearly conveyed in that with like the feel of combat and the look of the animations and stuff. Like, I'm open to the idea that I'm just an idiot dum-dum and I haven't been paying attention or there's been a gap between sessions and stuff, but I feel like it's absolutely unacceptable that 18 and a half hours into this game, the game hasn't thoroughly, like, bored into my brain how its core mechanics work, you know? And I think the reason for that is that it doesn't matter most of the time. Most of the time, just hit auto battle and you'll win eventually. It's fine. Try to have a combination of Commandos and Ravagers so that the little orange bar goes up. But I feel like this game is that orange bar for, like, the first 16 hours. It's nothing but that, and it still is kind of that right now. Right, to use, I'll use Dungeon Keeper as an example. Totally different game. Dungeon Keeper, I had like a 1-year gap between episode 1 and 2, and then a several-month gap between episode 2 and 3. And there were definitely things that I forgot from episode to episode that Nubulator was having to help me remember. But like, there are some things that are so fundamental to the game that there's no way I could possibly forget it. Like, oh, you have to mine for gold. You need gold to do stuff, right?
How about some of this?
I don't think they are, no. Still amounts of vibes are off at this point in the game, right? Yeah, I feel like those numbers, like, everyone's taking less damage, everybody's getting a chain bonus, everybody's doing more damage. It needs to be, like, huge. Preferably reinforced with, like, attack graphics and stuff. But even just numbers on the screen. I feel like the problem with it trying to give me a feel for the mechanics is that it's actually teaching me wrong actively and repeatedly, right? Like, me getting a feel for stagger has caused me to just understand that, okay, hit the thing with the yellow bar with both a Ravager and a Commando so that the bar fills up and then stays full, right? That's the feel I've gotten for it, but the reality is more subtle than that, but the subtlety hasn't mattered for 16 hours, so I don't feel like I'm primed to look for subtlety where it exists, which is why I struggled so much with that Saj Gestalt boss. There's mental math you can't be expected to do later, so how the battle feels is the skill gap. I like that idea. Like, I don't hate that. You can't do the math, so do you feel like switching to Ravagers over Commandos? That's cool, actually. But I feel like in order for that to work, the game has to train me on how it feels correctly, right? Let's see what everyone's situation is here. Jeopardize. Boost chain bonus of staggered target upon attacking. Son of a bitch. If I don't have an attack party set up from a preemptive strike, I can't benefit from the stagger at all, right? Because even if I immediately swap to Ravager plus Commando, it'll have already decayed. It's almost never okay to spam a cluster of 5 damage numbers over an enemy. I might or not be able to read one of them, but I'm never going to have a good sense of what the overall damage is compared to a single hit. I would agree with that. I think that's part of the problem, that in an effort to look fancy, there's tons of numbers flying everywhere. It's to the point where I can't consume that information. I think requiring you to press the A button is actually a really big problem. It shouldn't be. It should be like, whatever. Just let it go. It's fine. Like, I think that in order to train the player to pay attention to the board and all the damage numbers that are flying up everywhere, the way you do that is it's always auto battle. And you're just making paradigm shift and maybe item usage decisions, period, right? Maybe there's a button you can press to dive in and give a specific order if you absolutely have to. I think this game definitely gets the award for the most interestingly bad Final Fantasy. Just trying to pick up Renew here. First 18 hours, it sounds like this game gets better later, so. But I think even the super fans agree that it's kind of a shit show for the first at least half of the game.
What to do?
Triple Sentinel for big attacks is good. Switching to Triple Commando toward the end of Stagger is good. There's only certain character combinations that are capable of doing Triple Commando, right? Some characters just never get access to Commando at all.
Watch and learn, kid.
Okay. Yeah, so like Saj brings out this like giant assault rifle for some of his attacks. I feel like that should be his commando gun. And Ravager should be the little Uzis, right? Like the Ravager damage could be little dinky hits constantly, like those little 45s. It's funny to me that the guides for like the calculators for the crafting system begin at chapter 11 too, as though that's the beginning of the game. I feel like every character, their weapon should like transform into some crazy, huge, slow, bulky, ultra greatsword type thing, or in Saj's case, the like assault rifle, lining up one big shot and having a big like burst of damage in a different color whenever it's by a commando or something, right? And then all the Ravagers should be little tiny damage numbers, fast weapons.
Well, isn't this great?
Every mechanic available then. Only I may juggle.
Thanks, Vanille.
Be careful!
Is it better to double Ravager this thing? No, you gotta have a commando to stabilize the bar, right? Its armor doesn't fall off until after you stagger it once. Yeah, exactly. Manakemia has a good game feel for all of its attacks. It's so weird that they've spent so much time on polishing the look and feel of combat, and it is horrible game feel. Possibly one of the worst in an RPG, and it's like you don't have to do a lot in a turn-based RPG or an ATB RPG. That's interesting, Aki. Makes me feel a little bit better. Sure, yeah. I think the first, like, 4 hours are... I'm gonna use the word repulsive in the literal sense, not, like disgusting, but, like, it repels people, I think. Likely to repel a lot of people.
Yeah, it's stopping. And we're decelerating. They up to something?
I don't suppose it could just be, I don't know, good luck?
That looks a lot more like bad luck.
You got a point.
Not to me. That we can do something about.
Okay, what? I mean, I understand what she was saying, but... I love how she didn't say those bugs over there because they hadn't decided what they were pulling out of the JPEG folder yet. The model folder in this case. Yeah. I can't believe they did the not having the job system thing for so long. It's like actually shocking to me. I guess maybe they were banking on like the visuals being so pretty that people would just enjoy the look of the game and not pay attention to the fact that like nothing was happening in combat for so long. This room right here.
Hey, feet stop working?
It's Lost Easily vibes. Right. I think it has a digestibility problem, but like the way they gated at the beginning has the exact opposite effect. It trains you to not understand it, or to anti-understand it, to understand it wrong. Like, I think it would be very justified for a person who's never played an RPG before to think, oh, okay, I just press the A button and then occasionally I use a potion, right? That's what Final Fantasy 13 is. I do think something that I find frustrating but difficult to explain is this game has like an attitude about it. Like it seems to think that it nailed it. And I've played some baffling games where you can kind of like read between the lines and realize that they knew shit was fucked up and they're doing their best, right? But there's something about the way this game is presented that is like utterly confident. I think the story pacing thing is freaking out about Western audiences. It feels very cynical to me.
Thank you.
Square Enix Fun Police feel rather literal. That game is pretty. I don't know. I remember the transition from the PS2 to the PS3 quite well. And I distinctly remember thinking like, oh, okay, I guess we're done with like mind-blowing improvements, right? At the top end, the best looking FMVs from the PS2 era might be what the base game looks like sometimes. But I remember being blown away by the PS2, and I remember being blown away by the PS1 and the N64, right? And like the Nintendo into the Super Nintendo.
Just another battle.
So like, I think Final Fantasy X looked mind-blowing compared to Final Fantasy IX. But I don't know that this looks mind-blowing compared to Final Fantasy XII. It's a little bit smoother, right? I think the fact that the like environments are so boring that I could probably tell you all of the different zones in Final Fantasy IX, and I still can't remember anything that's happened in this game.
You know what to do.
That seems like it could matter. Thank you for pointing it out. The whole battle, though? You probably want to put that on Saz. I feel like this game appeals to Western sensibilities in like the absolute worst possible ways, though.
As long as I stay focused.
It'd be one thing if they like tried to do that and then did a good job of it. This is where I wish I could force her to use Blitz or something to get all their stagger going, but I guess it doesn't really matter. I thought Near Gestalt was, that was specifically Yoko Taro making fun of that whole situation. That was my read on it anyway. That must be like Space Jam 2. It's indistinguishable from parody.
On your toes.
Yeah, I agree about that period being rough for games. Definitely an interesting stage in the medium, though. It's like the first 20 years of video games from, let's say, 1985 to 2005. Video games as we know them, the NES to 2005. Like a bunch of weirdos making a product that didn't exist before in the Wild West where there are no rules. And no really defined way to maximize profit, right? So you get a bunch of fucking weird bullshit. A bunch of really good weird bullshit, too. And the cost of making video games starts to balloon as you need to start spending way more and more on voice acting and art. Scope starts to balloon. Just feel like they stop being the product of small teams of weirdos and the teams of companies, right?
Hardly worth the effort.
Even like, you know, the Blizzard that made Warcraft 1 or Diablo 1 and 2 is, I would still characterize that as a small team of weirdos, right? Yeah. Indie games carrying on the torch of the small team of weirdos. A lot of art in the late aughts feels compromised because of that. Yeah. I also agree. I'm a big fan of the small team of weirdos approach. I have this, what I expect to be deeply unfair prejudice towards like Ubisoft as a company. And Activision, which feels a little bit more justified. Most Ubisoft games I've played that they didn't just publish kind of have this like weird, difficult to put my finger on gaming product number 278 feel to them, right?
Easy.
Jak and Daxter is notable for being so expensive. And if you adjust it for inflation, it'd be considered a budget title. Yeah. I will, why don't they just fucking make games that look old? I will say that to my grave. And yes, I know I'm saying why don't they just, but seriously, like, it's so wild that we've just decided. Like, I wonder if video games are responsible for this happening to film later, right? Film as a medium is over 100 years old, and only pretty recently, in the last 15 years, did the, like, theme park budget-gasm extravaganza Marvel movies become the standard. Like, you can't put an intimate, I don't know, father-son movie into theaters anymore. Every movie in theaters has to be this giant super blockbuster. And it feels like the analogy I always use that, you know, once we learned how to sculpt, we didn't stop painting. But it feels like in the movie space, we did stop painting. And the only way to make a small, intimate movie now is to go on Netflix or something and make it with a small group of weirdos. But I wonder if, like, Hollywood saw what was happening in video games, that we're only ever making these insane AAA, super budget, photorealistic games. There is no AAA developer that's making a game that looks like it should be on the Super Nintendo, right? Well, that's working really well for them. They're making boatloads of money, and we should do that too. I would love to see
That's how it's done.
even modern-day Blizzard try to make a game that looks like Warcraft 2. Like, what could they pump out in that period? Benedict, headbutt the microphone. You already had lunch. Patience. You think it's like, yeah, late-stage capitalist kind of a thing? It's just interesting to me that it happened to video games so fast. Like, video games mutated like this in a space of 25 years or so, maybe even only 20 years. And it took film over 100 years to get there. Yeah. Right. I guess the relative ages of both media don't matter when they're both being produced in the same era of late-stage capitalism. Yeah. The tech for movies wasn't there until the same time it was for games. True. Yeah, that's true. Like, if you wanted to spend $100 million on a movie, or hundreds of millions of dollars on a movie, that money had to go to building a lot of sets and, like, having tons of extras and doing lots of crazy costumes and lots of physical things. Yeah, that always bums me out, Taryn, every single time. Like how capitalism destroyed the ending of Game of Thrones, right? Like, there's still so many artists involved in, like, doing all the beautiful CG for the dragons and doing all the costumes and the casting work and the actors themselves. There's so many people who don't suck that are involved, who are passionate and want it to be good. It's depressing. Yeah, Hollywood has a, I mean, everything, every capitalist organization has this problem of not having a long view at all and being super risk averse and only being concerned with the next quarter profits, but
Nothing personal.
every time something like that happens, it's like a complete fluke that it gets made and then it explodes in popularity and they're like, I'm going to make it, everything needs to be like this now, and you want to scream. Robert Downey Jr. made a couple jokes in Iron Man 1, so now every movie needs to be like this. We can't, like, slow down and take anything seriously ever. I'm hopeful for the future of the medium. I think that video games still have places to go. It's really brings joy to my heart to see how many indie games are successful on pretty small budgets with pretty small teams, despite the complexity of making a video game. It's heartening to see that there have been some games that crowdfund and then manage to come out and be good. I've heard the phrase crowd finish thrown around, that you shouldn't like try to kickstart something until you already are mostly done with it and you just need to like pay to polish it up, right?
We can win.
It tells me at least art in this space isn't doomed. It feels pretty doomed for movies though. Makes me sad. Yeah. I'm not here to shit on the MCU, by the way. I like comic book movies. They're fun. I think that Scorsese got a lot of shit for his comments about them, but if you actually read what he said, everybody focused on the soundbite of him saying that Marvel movies aren't cinema. But his point was just to say, like, those movies, it's like, it's a different product. It's like, it's a new kind of thing. It's almost a new kind of media. And right now it's completely dominating the space that used to go to smaller, more intimate filmmakers and smaller teams of people. And that's a problem because, you know, this thing that used to exist is dying now because it's being edged out of the market. It shares theater space with this other kind of art. And studios are only ever going to support the, like, mega blockbuster Jurassic World kind of art. They're not going to support Marriage Story, right? No hate odds thinking, okay, everyone with significant money to make games now is going to make bad, manipulative games instead of good ones. I think that the gaming community, like the fandom, the audience that buys games, is a dumpster fire in a lot of respects. There's a lot of things that we as a community are fucking terrible about collectively. But I think we've done a better job at pushing back against some toxic shit like microtransactions and loot boxes and stuff, right? To where capitalism, a profit-motivated entity, might conceivably say that we would lose more money by putting microtransactions in this than we would gain by including it, right? I don't think you're often going to get a market that's able to exert that kind of pressure. It certainly doesn't happen with movies. Yeah, as far as we can tell, Diablo Immortal has been disastrous for Blizzard. I'm sure they're making some money off it right now, but it's diluted the brand. Right. No widespread anti-microtransaction sentiment in China. I think microtransactions are a helpful use case there because it's a gross, late-stage capitalistic, squeeze every last drop of profit thing to do to a game that also very obviously, very directly harms the end product in a way most people can understand. And I think that there are really scummy things that, like, you can do when making a movie that are less able to be felt by the end user that's enjoying the movie. You know what I mean?
Nothing I
let's make games targeted at an audience that doesn't have the background to complain about it. True, right. So then you make Candy Crush for somebody's grandma who's never played a video game before and thinks it's normal to pay $20 a week to play the game. Exactly. Yeah, you raise a good point. Yeah, I wonder if resistance to game bullshit is entirely just because people who see it have played games that don't have that and are able to obviously tell that this is a worse experience. The product is now worse than it would have been otherwise, right? I look at Warframe and I say I can imagine this game being way better if it didn't have all this free-to-play bullshit in it, right? Just wait a couple decades for everybody to die off that remembers it that way. There's a lot of battles.
So, right. How you figure this makes us lucky? Because when we kill it, we're one step closer to Vanille. How's that? Well, when you put it that way...
But, Lightning, if it wasn't there... Okay, it's fine. Let's just play the game.
New strategy.
That's what EA does. They purchase studios. They convert brand reputation into money, and then they destroy the studio. Everyone leaves. If they had been a longer view about it, they could have maybe made money on it for decades. Instead, they only make money on it for a couple of years before they destroy the product. Kalavinka Striker. It's my first real boss fight today, isn't it? I haven't been intentionally grinding. I've just been trying to do all the random battles to catch up on levels, and I feel like today's been unusually slow. Yeah, there's people who play gacha games that are fine with it. You made it so egregious that you even pissed them off. Can flying enemies never be juggled or something? I do not understand this game. Like, I feel like the game has set a standard in the last 2 or 3 boss fights. Okay, boss fights matter now, pay attention, but here I just, like, debuffed it, and now it's just gonna die. Maybe it has a phase 2? I'm sure there's a little sprite for this on Spriter's Resource, Record Keeper. Okay, there is at least going to be another one.
One big fat stroke of luck after another. I'm so happy I could cry.
I get what they're trying to say about the, oh, we're lucky because we can kill it and get past it. Stop.
Tease us, will ya?
You didn't earn that. Yeah, there is one. Right.
There you are. Miss me? You, the monster! Where?
Just this, but again?
Time for another approach.
We gonna get 2 of them at once or something? I love that they show you your stagger meter decaying away all throughout the process of playing all the paradigm switch animations. So mean. I think getting the car loser had one solution to a lot of these problems that I've barely seen because we didn't play it for long enough on stream, but it was random battles have like an optional modifier you can apply that makes the game feel like an end-game encounter, where now you have to think for random battles if you want to, or you can turn it off if you just want to go back to mashing attack. That would help a lot if that was available from the first fight in this game. I would love to see somebody try to hack this game, like reorder all the cutscenes, change the way combat works a little bit. I think there's something salvageable contained within this mess of a game.
Vanille!
So many weird breathing and grunting noises in the soundtrack.
You've still got time.
Fang, there's something I need to tell you.
Making me worry like that. We'll talk later, Missy.
What's wrong?
Oh yeah, World Ends With You.
Oh.
I feel like I should play that again.
Nothing. What's on the agenda?
I really like the first 75% of that
Toppling
game.
the Sanctum? No. I mean, really.
He's serious.
Is Nomura just an artist on that, or did he like direct it too?
The Foul Sea have called the shots for long enough.
If we pull this off, it'll be a miracle.
Well, good thing Lady Luck's on our side.
More of them?
You know, this is getting really old.
Check this out. A miracle. Grand Pulse style.
Vanille, go fish.
Got it.
Are these different flying dragon things than the flying dragon thing I mean, they literally look different, but is there something about them that conveys to me that we can ride them or something?
That's a good girl.
All right.
Let's get on.
Oh, that's cool, Swiggy. What the fuck? What is that? Isn't that from Clash of the Titans? Robot Owl? Clash of the Titans? Bubo? What the fuck? Okay, I thought it was like Bobo or something. That's good. It's not New Game Plus.
Lady Bad Luck! Oh. Time to purge a Primarch!
You got it. Yeah.
Hey, little guy. You used to get one can of food in the morning split with your brother, and then at dinner you each got a full can of food? And we decided to split that up and start giving you each a half can 3 times a day. So you had lunch, which means you're supposed to calm down.
I had my doubts.
But you're being real bad.
But I also believe that if we stuck together, somehow we could change our fate.
How often does Vanille narrate in this game? She does sometimes, right?
Hi, Ben.
Hi.
What's up, Marty? That's Ben.
Hi.
No, Cammy, that's Ben.
Hi. You.
Daisley's through there.
We're still gonna have our talk. So let's survive this first, yeah?
Right.
He's a very soft kitty, that's true. Knocking the monitors over. You can change the composition of your battle team by pressing Y. I can switch out party members. Where were we at 19 hours in Final Fantasy X? I was wondering why I didn't have my paradigms from before. It resets it every time. Oh, that makes it even worse then, because that means that when I loaded in for that Saj Gestalt battle that I hated, the game chose to give me paradigm sets that were incompatible with the fight. Like, it was like 3 of them had commando on there. I mean, maybe the point was to teach me to change them, but I feel like that's a chance for a pop-up. It's like, oh, you lost. Sometimes you have to change your paradigm deck to be able to win a fight, right? I don't know. Whatever. Okay, well, first things first, we need to always have... Saj. So you can cast haste. Lightning can technically be a medic. I have to start giving her points in it, though, because I haven't been focusing on that at all. Totally fine for now. She's my only medic. Let me change her shit. Oh my god. Riku's Desert Island. Thank you for checking. It's pretty damn far. Apparently skipped an accessory slot somewhere. Okay. Okay, good. Whistle Wind Scarf is what we want here. It's all fine. Can I not use Steel Guard and Meta Guard? Oh, I haven't seen enough scenes to suggest that yet. Right on, that's cool. they explain very much about the relationship between Fang and Vanille? Yeah, right. I wasn't even clear as like if they were like family, if they were like sisters or something. I don't know, they were like trying to mirror Lightning and Sarah or something. Maybe there was a scene that established that pretty clearly and I missed it. But...
Back me up.
Okay, now that I have access to a full party and actually can, like, I feel like I, for the first time in the entire game, can make some substantive decisions about what my loadout is. Like, choosing to start with trying to haste everybody is the first thing I've ever done in this entire game. I was like, oh, that actually felt kind of good to do that. Jesus. Maybe that's part of the problem, is the excessive gating. Like I was saying with Final Fantasy VIII, right? Like, yeah, the draw system's busted and stupid. But, like, at least once you look at it, you're like, oh, okay, so I should draw 99 copies of Fyra or whatever and junction it to attack. At least you feel like you chose to do that and you could have not done it. But in this game, like, yeah, okay, you have some set number of paradigms you can swap between, but there's only, like, 3. And it's super obvious which ones to use. Dungeons feel so weird.
We can win if we stay focused.
Oh, she's really bad at prioritizing her heal there, huh? Oh, right, because she commits all 4 actions. And so if one person's really low, she'll cast all 4 heals on that person. She can't change priority mid-repeating attacks, right? Dead, aren't I? Thought so.
No. We can win if we stay focused. Thank you.
Hold on a bit longer on buffs here. Umbra. That's a weapon. Forgot I could do that. Literally hasn't mattered for 20 hours. That's why I was selling them. They were like, don't sell those. I was like, seriously? 2 rune bracelets? Why? Probably a good time to upgrade accessories since I've got excess money now and everyone's... I don't think it makes sense for me to take any of their weapons any further because it's ridiculously expensive for basically no gain. I can at least upgrade that thing for Saj. Try that. So his thing is called a scarf. Hold on, sorry. Whistlewind scarf. Oh my god. Breeze top row, please. Secret. Wait, does the Whistlewind scarf not? Oh my god. How the hell do accessories work? Do you still use sturdy bones on them and shit? Just look at it real quick. This says no sturdy bones and a single superconductor, but that can't be right, right? I feel like that makes the crafting system worse. Okay. Did just say, let's try upgrading some of the random crap I already have, I guess. Says just use one superconductor. What does that even do, though? Does it just make its stats slightly better? Oh my god. Auto fade, auto protect. This could be good. Auto protect never wears off, I assume, if it's on. Brawler's wristband. It's 36 and 17. So that would be 36, 33, I think. Hold on. I think that's the same curve as weapons, but I'll try something here. I actually don't think I can afford that, come to think of it. Yeah, I could try selling some of these extra things here. gonna let them go. I know this is a little painful, but if I try to think about swapping weapons at all, I think I'm gonna die. Oh, I didn't do Snow's weapon. No, I'll worry about it later. Assume that works. Wait, that wasn't enough that time. How do I evolve it? Is it the same thing? It requires some specific item. Rhodochrosite. Rhodochrosite. What the hell else do I use that on, though? What's the maximum level of the Brawler's wristband supposed to be? Rhodochrosite. Literally only needed for that scarf. And silver bangles, I guess. Okay. Oh, so I wonder if I was just short of it then. The math is slightly different. First strike, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like they had to like break up in order to make this system make any sense at all. They had to take a bunch of like classic things like you're immune to poison and make it you're 1/5 immune to poison, so you could eventually unlock the ability to be immune to poison. Go ahead and just roll with that. Might take this instead of Power Circle since I haven't upgraded either of them. Improved Ward. Let's say it's 34. The math is slightly different, maybe. I don't know why it would be different, that is. Okay, yeah, it was like a rounding problem, but I had the right idea. Uraninite. Helter Skelter. Rigels. Okay, so if I don't have the related weapon, if I'm not currently working on the related weapon that says it uses uraninite, I can just use it on something else, I guess. Okay. Salamandrine ring. Wait, so what does that actually turn into, though? Brawler's wristband. Free supply? I guess I could save and see what it does and then back out. Make a bunch of saves because I have to back out in any of these decisions. This one's not listed on that website. Turns it into a warrior's wristband, which I probably just find by default later and can level up, so that's probably a waste. Okay. I feel like this upgrading system could be improved in so many ways. Like, even just being able to pull the upgrade materials back out and redistribute them, maybe? I don't know. It just feels like you could really fuck up. Like, you could monumentally waste your money here. So the power wristband can probably be turned into a brawler's wristband. In fact, can I already buy the higher level wristband? No. Okay. Well, that at least is good. Other accessories am I currently running? Feels weird that you were gated in the first place, right? Let's see. Blessed Talisman. 4 and 3. Text file for this game. Sorry. I have to do a bunch of math now to figure out. Okay, so 13. I think it's going to be 6 ring nuts for the Blessed Talisman. I think. Oh no, why is there no point in upgrading it? Where can I go to know that there's no point in upgrading it? It's so fucking weird. It doesn't evolve and it doesn't have any stats. But I can still put points into it? Okay. Is the same true for all of the auto protect, auto shell type stuff? Holy fuck. healing doesn't scale in any way with max health, right? Does every character benefit from strength and magic buffs, or does it depend on their class? Is like Commando more strength and Ravager more magic? There are strength nodes on the Ravager board. Do they do anything? I'm tempted to just buy these for everybody, but because everything else doesn't look so good. What is it for, oh, so it depends on the character and the weapon? So she's more strength than magic. He's even strength than magic. She's more strength than magic. I kind of want to wait until I can get the next tier of it, because it seems like I could spend a ton of money on upgrading these and have it be a total waste of fucking time. Maybe I'll just leave for now. I upgraded the one thing, but everything else seems pointless to upgrade. She's my healer, so I'd like her to be the most likely to not take damage here. Strike her physical, everything else is magic. So I can upgrade the critical protect into auto protect, presumably. Once per battle. Which uses a perovskite. What the fuck? The crafting system was designed by an AI. Like, the numbers and the items that are required, they're not based on math at all. It's completely arbitrary. Oh, here's a thing that you can upgrade basically for free that gives you a full ATB bar at the start of combat. And here's a thing that costs something to upgrade. Yeah, I don't understand it.
Let's get this over with.
Sunaing. Yep, just let me see that meter decay away there. What is with his, like, I want him to haste everyone first, but it seems like he wants to throw a bunch of buffs on Lightning before he finishes hasting Fang for some reason. More money. So I can farm here again if I need to. Yeah. Someone was like, if this thing it gave you a buff at critical HP could proc multiple times, that would be too strong. Exactly. Pain dampener. It's so weird that I suddenly care. Out of nowhere. Oh, right. Hamstrung status effect resistance. Got it. I think the layout of the Crystarium is such that it feels bad to go in there after every battle or every other battle to try to level it up. It's slow enough. It does a thing where if you're holding the button down, it gets faster and faster for each node it moves to, which you can't do if you just go in after battle. It's probably just straight up isn't worth it.
Nothing I can't handle.
I feel like another thing that would improve this game would be if they superimpose the incoming damage from attacks on your health bars in the corner. Like of what all the enemies were about to do, right? And have that dynamically change as enemies die or get staggered or whatever. I feel like the only way to know, oh, I need to get ready to swap to tank or swap to start healing is to just see that you're almost dead. But it could be cool if I could try to be a little bit more proactive with that instead of always being reactive. Yeah, right.
Keep your mind on the battle.
Is it that Saj just tries to fully buff somebody before he starts spreading buffs, I guess? Let's see.
Change of plan. Pathetic.
I think I would love it if the game actually tried to project incoming damage in everybody's health bar.
Time for another approach.
Oh, does the auto protect and shell not last for the entire battle? So that changes the calculus a little bit. Cast protect on you. I think every other Final Fantasy it means you just have it, but you know. I really hate the rating system. I feel like it's already, if I'm struggling to win like this, that's already enough of a loss, right? That I'm basically wasting the time and not getting significant XP from it. Makes it feel way worse. It's like the enrages in Diablo 3, right? I think it's supposed to encourage you for using your paradigm smartly and not limping to victory, but
Just another battle.
it feels less like a bonus and more like the game is calibrated around getting a 5-star every time. No, I don't want that. I hate that all the elements are broken out the way they are too, because it's like, depending on whether you've hit that element on the Crystarium yet, it could make a fight feel completely different. I don't know. I really dislike the Crystarium, probably more than I need to. Yeah, that's true.
You're nothing.
I guess my point is that I think that the way the Crystarium works is like directly in conflict with the paradigm system. Just about everything with the way you level up, the way you path around on it, the way enemy groups are clearly built around assuming that you have access to specific abilities before you run into them.
Keep the enemy off balance.
So when we have a staggered enemy like this, and I have Commando as one of my loadouts, the Commando is just wasting time, right? Because they're just going to start provoking the staggered enemy that can't really do much damage. money, and that's good. I kind of want to get to another save point elsewhere in the room, because if I leave, all this shit's gonna respawn. Guess I could run past stuff. I don't know how often the computer's stupid. The bridges all stay open when you save, is that true? I think they do. This area reminds me of like a Final Fantasy X-2 level. Oh shit. Okay, I'll try to get there here.
Back under your rock.
I have no idea what the targeting rules are for the AI. Hey kitties, be nice to each other. Love this salamander enemy where it's like, hey, you know that thing about stagger where you do no damage until they're staggered? That, but even more true than normal. I wish more enemies were like that salamander, actually, given how critical stagger apparently is. Yeah, this room is straight out of 10-2. Some of the 10-2 like Vecna gun levels were so lazy. They did their best to mostly reuse content from 10 when they could, but some kind of new bangle. Okay. Maybe I'll level that up. See another, okay, I do see a save point there. So I think I just have to kill these guys then.
Keep your mind on the battle.
Hey, Energy. Good seeing you. It's a very frustrating game. Yeah, it's a very frustrating game, put it that way. I think there's something brilliant in here somewhere, but it's a diamond in the rough. It makes a lot of very strange decisions. I wish they could change the target of their ATV choice. I guess if I'm controlling them, I can tell them to trigger the heal sooner.
This'll be fun.
I've certainly played worse games. This is probably the most polished, complete, baffling game I've played on stream. I think I just got renewed, didn't I? I think maybe I'm just really close to it. Are they interrupting my cure there? I don't think I realized they could do that. Oh my goose. I like the idea of trying to have a setup of like a tank, a healer, and a DPS, but I think the reality of this game is that anything that's not 3 DPS is so much slower, you know?
Appreciate it. Under your rock. Out of my way.
How many of my top 10 most polished and baffling games are Final Fantasy? Well, you'd think I'd say 10-2. I mean, the menus in 10-2 are polished, and some of the animations look nice, but that game is broken. Way more broken than I remembered it being. I was super shocked by that, actually.
Enemy off balance.
I think I need to kill these Dragoons first. I don't know why it defaulted to targeting this much nastier guy. Didn't get off in time. Womp womp.
Target's a target.
OBS just crashed, so it looks like I can keep recording during the crash, so I'm just gonna wrap after this fight and go to the save point. I'm gonna try to keep recording here if I can. I'm gonna try to finish killing these. Hopefully it'll keep recording up through it.
Guess surviving's good enough.
Future Marstead. You still have an item to pick up on the other side here, but we have to save due to running out of time, so pop back up and try to hit the item down there. You gotta kill those enemies around the corner and then press one more button to go down to get the last thing. Read the text file.